There we go. This should work now. Okay. Microphone is on. Hello, hello, hello. So, let me just get all set up here. Let me get the chat up. There we go. I hope that's muted. Perfect. Okay. Let's get started. So, yesterday we glued these edges on. Today we need to make them pretty. And to do that, I first need to tidy up a bit. Ooh. Okay. Gonna start by cutting these tabs off. Let me show you exactly what I'm doing. There we go. So. Go. There, okay. So, what I tend to do first is rip all the tape off. There. So, I like to get all the tape off first, and then you have two options for how to remove the most of these edges. I don't think you can see me right now. Don't worry, I'll be back in frame now. Yeah. So we have two options to make these edges smooth with here. Actually, we have three, I guess. Number one is just get a sander and just start sanding. Number two is use a router with a flush trim bit. And number three is to take a chisel and just go inwards like so. There. But this method has a bit of a risk to it, where wood can splinter a little bit. So I do actually prefer just using a router. So I'm going to do that. I've already got this router set up. Okay, it's gonna get loud. I hope you can still hear me talk. I kind of forgot to cut these tabs off here on the other side. Okay. Now that I have the first bit off, let me first clean up here a bit. A little bit of glue here, bit of that, and now we're gonna start sanding. These edges are still quite a bit like. Let me see if I can show you that. Let's see, how close can I get you guys? So basically these edges, right, that side you can't really see well. Okay, let me move this. I think I can show you this side better. Yeah, come on, focus. There we go. So basically there's still a bit of a ledge here because the router bit I was using is not the best. So I'm just gonna go over this with some sandpaper and then that'll knock it down. People always say to be really careful when you're sanding veneer, and they go with only like 150, maybe 120 grit sandpaper, but honestly, you don't sand through edges, through stuff that quick. So you can honestly just go with an 80 grit. Okay, let me go here. And I'll just show you the whole thing as I'm doing it. Back here. That's good enough, I think. Let me grab my sander. Okay. I have one here, 220. Oh yeah, I moved my sanding card recently. Okay. There we go. Okay. Let's get sanding. Before I start, actually, let me just get rid of this tape here. Okay. This is actually an interesting little thing. So sometimes the edge didn't work out properly and it's a little away from there. So what I do here is I grab some CA glue. There. There we go. And a clamp. Which one do I use? I think this one should work. Nope, too short. This one long enough? No. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so what I do here, take some CA glue. This one is not open yet. Okay, a little bit of CA glue in here. There we go. Just squeezing that in there. And then you clamp this, making sure it's nice and tight. And then you take the activator and just spray that on there. Oh, sorry about that. Okay. And a couple seconds later, the activator activates the glue. And we can loosen the clamp again. There we go. And after a little bit of sanding, a little bit of sanding, it's like never had to be fixed. Okay. There we go. Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna sand with 80 grit, and then after that we'll go through the grids with 120 and 150. Just take my chisel and just run it along here. actually taking a lot of the edge off as well as I'm doing this. These edges are so annoying actually, because they're made out of, they're millimeter thick, but they're made out of 2 half millimeter thick edges glued together. And they keep separating. I don't know if it's like a production error or all edges are like this. Like back in the day when I used to put edge banding on stuff like this, it would be, what's it called? It would be PVC edging. So this would not be an issue. Or it'd just be like a full sheet of veneer that you'd cut down. But yeah, so again, super glue. Then some block to press. And zip. Okay, so it's gonna be this for a bit, just sanding and fixing edges. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. I'm happy to answer any questions you have. Later with the 150 grit it's not so great, but right now with the 80 grit you do have to be a little bit careful, because again, sandpaper, not sandpaper, veneer is only half a millimeter thick. So, I think my plan here is going to be, I'm going to do, I'm just going to clean up the edges for now. Then we'll go back on this front side. No, we'll clean up the edges on the back, finish all the parts that we have to do in the back, like sanding up all the way to 150 grit. and then we turn it back around and do it on the front. Yeah, that's the plan. Yeah, and here you can see all the glue squeeze out that you get when you don't put tape on. Let me show you. There, all of those stuff. Yeah. But the back isn't really that visible because, again, it's the fridge freezer doors. So, yeah, it won't be that visible. So it's not that deep in the back. That's why I prioritized the front. I just didn't want to go through the effort of taping both sides. Okay. Okay. Have to be more careful. Where did I put my brush? There. Okay. And we're sanding again. Sto tam na Background music. We're listening to chill out lounge music now. Okay. Let's see, does this work? Yeah. Okay. Let me know if the music's too loud or too quiet, because I cannot hear it. Okay. I have no idea what music's playing, by the way. I cannot hear it myself. I just went to some random YouTube video. Also, does it look way too bright? Like, this looks fine, but I feel like it starts getting weirdly bright, the image. I do not get why. I've set to auto. I don't know. I'm a bit worried that I'm gonna walk this tab off. There we go. Okay. Is it bright? Can I change anything? No. It looks fine on the camera, but then when I see it in OBS, it looks weirdly bright. Yeah. How's that? I don't know. But I think it'll help with me being loud. There. split. So again, CA glue plus activator. And my brush here. Okay, so here. Where is... I don't know where my piece is. Go. And I should dry pretty quick. I don't know, I haven't really worked with activator and CA glue before. Oh, good. I think that's the only relevant bit of edge that I need to redo. Yeah, that is on there now. Okay. There we go. And now we can sand this back down. Yeah. I think next I'm gonna hand sand these edges, because if you, basically how this thing works is it rotates, but because it rotates it does like a bit of like this movement. So it's fine on big solid surface like this, but on this you're always gonna sand this around. So you always want to sand stuff like that by hand. There is other ways you can do it, but I don't have those ways. So this is my best bet. Hand sanding. Especially because these edges, again, are made of two edges that are glued together. So what often happens when you sand it with a machine is you sand through part of the edge on one end, like on both these sides, and then you have like a glue line and it just looks horrible. So that you gotta hand sand. Oh, this is so annoying. Okay, I have a new plan because I'm getting too lazy to do this. Okay, instead I'm gonna clamp these two together. So I'm done with this for now. And then I'm clamp these two together and then sand the edges as one bigger thing, and then the sander shouldn't kill it as easily. Let's hope that works. But we'll only sand that with like 150 or something. Okay, let's put this away. Where do I put it? Ooh. Okay. think we got another edge here that we need to fix. Oh God. I have no clue how activator works. I mean, I guess it just activates the glue, right? So I guess that's how it works. But like on a chemical basis, I don't know. Because oftentimes when you put CA glue on wood, it just doesn't really, what's it called? It doesn't really start sticking. But as soon as on your fingers, it just hardens right away. So clearly there's something on our skin that makes the glue react. Make these mats. There we go. And same thing up here, just so I don't bend the edge. There we go. There. Do I need to fix the edge anywhere else? Don't know. Okay. Where did I put my... Where did I put my... Ah, there. I'll see open glass sometime. These chips keep flying in my face and I'm kind of over it. That are tough. Because I'm wearing open-toed shoes, I keep getting stuff in them. But it's just too hot and like to not wear them. So yeah. As long as nothing falls onto them, eh? I'm gonna really regret it if something falls on them. Okay. And we just remove all the tape. Do you just do it like this? Nah, the edge breaks. Yeah, the edge breaks if you do that. You can't do that because these stupid veneer edges. I just need to get rid of all the glue and tape before I start filming. I told this yesterday, but these machines that do all of this, like they cut it straight, they put a round over, they glue it on, everything in just one go. It's just, oh my god. When you do this kind of work, you just really wish you had one of those machines. But obviously they're way too big for my shop. Over here. Yeah, I guess. Less the edge that needs fixing and more the veneer itself, but hey. Right. That should do the trick, I think. Yeah, good enough. Okay, is there anything else that needs fixing? Right here. I have so much super glue on my fingers, aren't I? You just gotta press it on there. crazy how quickly the stuff dries when you blow on it. It just whoosh. It just evaporates. Wait, where was it? What? Here. Just disappears, it's crazy. Okay. Now we can sand that flush again. Anyone that's in here, could you let me know how the audio is? Like, is the music too loud or too quiet? How is talking while machine's on? Just let me know. Yeah. Oh. I think that's all the edges, yeah. So I can put this away. Okay. One thing I really want to make is, what some people make is like this arm that hangs off the ceiling that has like an outlet and a hose attached to it, to the Hoover. And then you just plug it into the ceiling, and then you have like this, the hose up here and stuff, and everything's coming from above. And then you don't have like this wire shit everywhere. I feel like that could be really good. Yeah. Except it's like half falling off. Planes. There's so many planes in this area, it's annoying. Good. What was that? Oh my god. This edge is so bad. I hate this. Just gonna put the glue on as like a stabilizing agent for the edge. It's the back, so it's not that deep, but it's still annoying. Very entertaining, isn't it? It's kind of stuck. There. God, these edges are so bad. Guess I'm gonna just keep sanding and see what else is bad, and yeah, can't be busy fixing these edges. I'm just gonna... This part I already fixed right yet. This one here I haven't. There we go. Ta-ta. Just gotta go along this whole stupid ass edge. Oh. Okay. That's all that I had to fix on this edge. I'll sand it in a minute. Okay, go over here first. Maybe the back is actually. But now I'm gonna get the other one on here, and I'll clamp the two together, and then we can sand the edges. Must be. I'll put bad side on bad side. Oh. La, la, la. Oh my God. Keep doing the same shit. Get together, please. Nope. Okay, I need to fix some edge here. Wait, where was it? Here. There. Okay. Maybe it just keeps moving back and forth. Maybe if I just do it like this, it should work better. There we go. Woo. Are these not the same size? They might not be the same size. I think I just need to hand sand it. I just don't think this is gonna work. Like I did that with the smaller pieces, but oh. Okay, hand sanding it is. Or do we put it on here? Honestly, right, how long is this? I need to move my workbench and I just don't think I want to. So, which side is this side? First, let me move this up. No! Ah. So I don't need to bend it over so much. There we go. I sand this. Okay, well, let's get to sanding. Almost no hand sanding sandpaper. Like this is honestly my last piece. Maybe I need to, wherever there's glue, go with a chisel. And maybe that'll help. Yeah, it looks like it helps. Because you see where the glue is once you start sanding, because it changes color. Like, I don't know if you can really tell right now. Yeah. Let me see. Can I get this closer? Right here. I don't know. It changes color, basically. Yeah, I don't know if I should go with the blade. I should just keep pulling. Okay. Go. Let me zoom back out. Okay. What I'm going to do in this step as well is just jam for the edges. So, thanks you. Oh, sorry. I should probably turn my filter on, my air filter. But that's just more background noise and I just don't want to right now. I'm even wearing my headphones. It's not like I'm doing anything loud. Oh, I desperately need a haircut. Ow. Have I done this one? Yeah, I have. Can I put this away? I'm definitely gonna have to put something on the floor. Because I'm just sanding the edges, and then if I put it on the floor again, it's just gonna mess up the edges again, so. It's a good thing I taped these edges, because there's not that much glue. There's the occasional little bit of glue that we need to scrape off. is so much work. Hello. Oh, the sandpaper is starting to dull. There's these. I like these like rubbers, and then you get the sandpaper, and then if you bend the rubber, it pulls out some of the sawdust, and then that's how it looks now. So not perfect, but better. Of course, tall-tailed. Oh well. I'll live. Okay, so first one. Now I need to put something down so I don't kill the edge when I put it down. What do we use? What do we use? Okay. I'll just use these scrap off cuts. Put them over here. I know you can't see that. I'm not moving the camera around just so you can watch me put this panel on the floor. Uh-oh. Okay. Okay, so same thing again, eh? Just sanding the edges. Oh yeah, I just realized something. I never plugged my laptop in. There we go. Go. Okay. Ah. Yeah. Oh. Oh, I'm being blocked by Savoy, aren't I? No? I recently put new wheels on my jointer. That makes such a difference moving it around because this floor is not very like I don't know, it's a bit bumpy. So bigger wheels make such a big difference. There we go. Technically no one will ever see these edges, will they? They're on the floor and the ceiling. Already getting hot again. Our fridge stopped making ice yesterday. I wonder if it started again. Not on this one? No. Glue. There we go. I think I'm gonna go grab a drink in a sec. Okay. I'm just gonna quickly grab a drink and I'll be right back. Okay. The fridge has in fact made ice. Ah. Diet Coke. Beautiful. I feel like a bartender. Like, this is a good bar height, I feel like. Oh. Is that condensation or Coke? That is Coke. Oh well. Oh. Oh, that's so nice. That's so crisp. Oh yeah. Okay. Where's the other side? Okay, down. And now we sand the whole thing with 80 grit again, then the whole thing with 120 grit, and then the whole thing with 150 grit. Let's go. can probably don't get one semi-good sample from now out of my palette. I don't know how interesting that is. Ooh, so interesting. Okay, I'll leave you with the music. You want to properly sand, and that's what I'm going to do with this last grid, the 150. I'm just going to show you. You go really, really slow. Like, I already went pretty slow, but the optimal sanding is slow against the grain all the way, slow with the grain all the way. So we're going to do that now with the 150 grid. And that gives us the perfect finished surface. I actually just remembered that I have to do something before I finish sanding. Okay. Well, I need both doors. Or do I? Nah, I'll do it before I finish sanding. So, I need to get both doors on here, just to make sure that I don't make any mistakes. Okay, so this one's the bridge on the right. Okay. Wait. Let's go over here. I'm stupid. There we go. This is where they both come together. Wee. Oh. Just don't fall. There we go. This way. Same with this one. Oh, not good. There we go. And this is how they're gonna come together. There. Oh. Yeah, that's how they're gonna come together. As the fridge freezer doors. And because they're doors, they have hinges. So I need to drill those hinges. I'm gonna open these doors. Yep. Inside. And then the same thing over here. There we go, inside. Oh damn, look at the color difference of these two. Actually, I don't think you can see that well, but there's a huge color difference between the one that I've sanded and the one that I haven't sanded yet. Like this one's way brighter. Let's see. Okay, this side is the top. That's relevant. Oh, God damn it. Go together, please. We mark these together. Oh no. It's bunching up, stopping them from being together. That one. Ah. There we go. Okay. These army planes are really annoying. I don't know, I feel like I'm not really equipped for huge stuff like this. There we go. My shop's more laid out for like, I don't know, a bit smaller stuff. Like I can make big stuff like this. But for example, my workbenches are like a little bit smaller because you don't want like a huge workbench in a shop this small, like it's a double garage. Okay. Now I need to go measure where the hinges go. I'll take you with me audio-wise, but I cannot bring the camera with me. So the first hinge from the top goes at 10 centimeters. Okay, I figured. Pretty standard. And the second one is at 75.5. Okay, let's draw those two on before we forget. So we got need a pencil somewhere. So good. Okay. So from the top we got 10 centimeters. Go. And then from the top we got 75.5. Go. Okay. I'm gonna keep measuring from the top. Because you always want to have the same reference point. So we have 1.40 m. For the next point, I need to grab a different tape measure because this one is not long enough. If you're wondering where I'm going in the kitchen where the cupboard was standing. What we're making right now are just the doors. There. Go with 40 and then I need a different tape measure. Oh, and we got a measurement of 2 meters and 5 centimeters for the lunge. This whole stuff is not the end of the world. If you do it slightly wrong, you can always leave hinges. When I say 2 meters and 5 centimeters, right? So, I'm pretty sure. There we go. Okay. Next, we're gonna take a square, draw the line out a bit, and then we need to decide what distance we want to drill the hole from the edge. That does make a difference for how the hinge sits later. Go. And then I have a little tester. It's right here. There we go. I have this little test board with a bunch of different distances for the center. So we're gonna try use this test board to see in the real life example what we need to go with. Since I can't really bring you guys with me, I'm just gonna explain what I'm doing. Taking one of the hinges off here, of the cupboard, and then I'm gonna mount the hinge. Let's try 25 mil on here. It's the smallest one I've set up right now. I need screws. Screws. Now I can screw that on. One, two. And this is not relevant for how far away this goes this way. This only makes a difference for how far away from the wall it goes like this. Because the further away I drill this here, the further away I drill this from there, the further this piece goes over. So let me have a look and I'll just tell you how it goes. So now I'll just clip this on. And it looks like it's a little too close, but I'm not sure. I can still change distance a bit. Mm, 25 might not be bad actually. It's a bit close. $25 might still be a bit too much. Even when I'm pulling it all the way out. The hinge is a bit... it's not terrible actually. Okay, I think we'll go with something like 24. Let's try a 24. I'll quickly show you how I make these. I'll set these up. Okay. Yeah, let's try 24. So I take a square and wait, where's the square I'm looking for? I have a specific square that I tend to use because it has like a something to measure on. Well, let me first draw this line. Actually, the line is not very relevant, is it? Where is that square? What I get for not putting everything back where it belongs. Like I saw it recently, which confuses me more. Yeah, I do not know. Oh well. I'll just use this. I'll go 24. And that gives us our center point. So 1, 2, 4. 24 is right here. There we go. And then I'm just gonna use this screw just to give me that point. So that doesn't move. And then I'm actually gonna draw this over here. Can you still see that? Kind of. And I need a drill. And my drill bit. And this drill bit has like a stopper on it, so I don't drill too deep. Oh, this battery's dead. Yeah. Oopsie. Yep. Okay. Always makes a great big mess. Also, I need to write on here that it's the 24. Otherwise, I might forget. And then we screw this one on and test it. Okay, let's see how 24 goes. Yeah, 24 is good. We'll be going with 24. Okay, I already kind of figured. But just in case. There's also formulas you can do to just calculate what exactly you want. But so let's just do it like this. This is quick and simple. I don't need to look for the formula. Because then it depends on what base plate you have and stuff. But like that's more relevant for when you actually order the parts. Then you can be like, hey, I know my thing's this big. I want it to be here. I'm gonna need a base plate this size, blah, blah, blah. Depending on what you want to achieve. Okay, I'm gonna put stuff away because otherwise it's just gonna clutter everything. Go. So, we're doing 24 mil, and I'm doing them one at a time. I've just decided I'll do them as I sand them. Here. Because I don't think I can properly apply pressure back here when it's like this. But one of the parts that I've made, I've actually made a big mistake and drilled these. Oh God. Drilled these on the opposite side. So I had to go and make a cutout out of here and then glue in a new piece of veneer. It's completely hidden now, but it was so much work. Okay. Wait. Okay. So. Number one. Putting everything away. Where did I put my pencil? Did I put that away as well? No, of course not. That would be smart. Ah, that's not the ruler I was looking for. Yeah. Yeah, that's the one. Where's my pencil though? Where did I put it? It's so typical, isn't it? Everything always gets lost. If someone remembers where I put that pencil, feel free to tell me. Because I do not know. is the glue I used yesterday for the edges. It's already half empty again. Crazy how much glue this stuff takes. These brushes I don't need now. Can I see anywhere? Oh. Yeah, literally. Like, it is so typical. You did not see where I put it, did you? Wait, I think I have another pencil out here. I do. It's just not the correct one. Okay, so 24 millimeters. This one's less sharp. Oh, that is 20. There. Almost to 29 millimeters. Spencer is just so much worse at doing stuff like this because it doesn't come to a fine point because it's like, yeah, goes like flat like this. So it's not good for fine work like this. And the last one. Kinda have to just eyeball it because I can't actually go close enough. Yeah, this one's a bit off. No. I don't really have anything to poke a hole or something, so I'm just going to use the screwdriver. 1, 2, 3, 4. Before I drill this, I'm just going to recheck the measurements. That is 24. That is 24. Always measure multiple times. Measure twice, cut once, blah blah blah. But no, it really is true. The amount of times where I've done a stupid mistake just because I didn't measure another time. Like where I misplaced my eye by like one line or like one set of lines where I was trying to do like 30 mil and then I do 40 mil or something like that. Yeah. Okay, let me just make sure this is the correct side as well. It has to be, because I checked earlier. I'm just gonna recheck. Yeah, because on this side there's one dot, but that is the inner side. So this is correct. Good. I don't want to make this mistake again. Getting shit in my shoes. Oh, so much in my shoes. Okay, so it's the part that makes the most mess. Oh, I found my pencil. It was underneath the drill. This is just so typical, isn't it? Okay. Now we're getting back to sanding. Okay. Now I gotta take the dust off, so when we put the finish off, there's not lots of dust stuck in here. I'm gonna redo it right before applying finish, but yeah. And then to really get all the dust out, I'm gonna take a paper towel. So much dust. I don't know if you can see how much dust there's on here, but there's a lot. Oh yeah, I'm actually being stupid. There's one more step I have to do before I take off all the dust. Fine. Okay. I need to lose my sandpaper. There's not that many spots it could be. Here. Sandpaper. There. I had to break the edges. So just with some sandpaper. Just over like that. Okay. Okay. Okay, now we have a tape here, bridge right. So this is the panel on the right side. And so I don't forget that, I'm gonna write that at the bottom, because that won't ever be visible anyways. Bridge right. Bridge right. There we go. And now we can take this off, so we can sand and finish the side. The time 3. Okay, back to sanding. Ooh. Ah. I really want a drum sander. I know it wouldn't work for something like this, because veneer, I would probably just sand through using a drum sander, but we're doing like hardwood stuff, like full, yeah, full wood stuff. It's just so much simpler. But they cost like, I don't know, even used, they cost like 800 quid. And I really cannot justify that. My hand feels so like, I don't know, like weird now because it's been like vibrated this whole time. One day I'll get a Merca. For those who don't know, Merca is just a different brand of sander. It's kind of the industry standard. It's either Festool or Merca for sanders. Like this DeWalt is okay. But yeah, it's nowhere close to as nice as a Merca or Festool. Okay. Wait, did I do this? No. This corner is really sharp. There we go. Okay. One panel sanded. One more panel to go. Okay. Look at all this dust. So much dust. That should be good enough. Definitely still feel a couple bits on here, but that'll come out when I apply the finish. Like it'll be fine. Now, oh, why do I put those? Need to move some stuff around, make some space. Okay. What do I put down? This. Yeah. These are actually the pieces that the wheels were mounted to from my jointer before I got new wheels. I don't know if you guys heard that. I got new wheels on my jointer and it moves so much easier now. And now they're gonna be put on the floor. Okay. Anyone remember how many millimeters away I did the, what's it called? Oh, the hinges. Anyone remember that number? Like I think I know it, but I'm not exactly sure what it was. I don't want to go redo it. So I guess I'm just gonna go with my gut. Like I think it was 24 mil. Probably was, right? If it wasn't, stop me, please. Ooh! I'm gonna hiccup now. I feel like it's probably a combination from the Coke. Then I have another one. Yeah, there. Okay, right before I do this, I'm gonna remeasure. 24, 24, 24, 24. And is it on the correct side? It needs to be one dot here or there. I don't know which one's the top right now. One dot, yeah. Okay. Ooh. Oh god, what's happening now? Why is it hopping around? Oh, so much in my shoes. Okay. Ah, last one drilled. That's actually the last one for the whole kitchen as well. Not that many doors in the kitchen. There's... Wait, let me think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then these two. So 7. There's only 7 doors in the whole kitchen. Okay. Yeah, I guess you're right. I do, like when I used to work properly, like I say properly, but when I didn't have my own shop, we had a uniform and stuff, and on that uniform we'd have like a bunch of pockets and stuff, so you wouldn't misplace your pencil and stuff like that. But they're just not as comfortable, and I'm at home, and these are shorts, and it's just, I don't know. Yeah, it just feels more comfortable like this. How is the audio, by the way? Like, awesome. Okay. Interesting. You have a crown on you because you're the top 2 fan. Okay. Ah, next. Ah, it's the set anyway, so I don't care. Mike, if you're still here, how are you doing? How's your day been? You know, Mike, your name is Mike. Wait, Mike makes stuff or making stuff? Mike is making stuff, yeah. What kind of stuff do you make? But that's that. What are you guys in general like making right now? What are you guys working on? You guys do woodworking? Do you just watch it? Okay. Okay. One more side. And then we can... There's actually a panel back there that I will show you guys after this one. That goes not above this, but above a different cupboard. But we gotta sand that as well. And then I think there's a couple other panels that need sanding, like in the corner. And then we can apply finish to all of them once they're sanded, but they're a lot smaller and a lot easier to sand. Okay. This one is fridge left. Fridge left. There we go. I'll put my headphones there. actually enjoy sanding. Like, it's fun for the first, like, I don't know, 2 minutes. Because you're making it all pretty, but like, especially when you're just sanding a panel, like through all the grids, like this, like 80, 120, 150, and you have to go so slow and you know there's machines that just do it for you. Oh, it just really zaps you. Oh, I don't know. Has anyone ever like sanded for like ages and then you hit your hand on something and it just sends this like rippling, like this weird, it feels really weird. It's like this weird shock effect, like going, it's kind of funny. Okay. I don't think I used the brush, did I? Yeah, that makes a lot more dust on here than normally. Oh well. By the way, the reason I'm sanding to 150 and not like 180 or something, also I do not have 180 sandpaper like on me right now, like of this brand. And second of all, that's the recommendation of the oil I'm using. Okay. Okay. Let's get the panel from back there. I'm just gonna undo this first of all. Whee! And here we go. Okay. Okay. Did I even turn my mic back on? Yeah. Good. Hey. Crap. Oh! My clamp has fallen apart. Nope. Doesn't wanna. Okay. Okay, let's give this a quick sanding. See how it came out. Basically, what I did here was this is well, this is over my oven and this is next to that, and this is obviously wider than a panel would be, so I glued this together. And let me show you. Let's have a close look together how this turns out. There we go. Let's have a look how this turns out. Finally, we get to do something else, eh? Sanding. Okay. Could be better. Oh God. Okay. Just gonna remove these tapes so we can properly sand this whole thing. There you go. I'm just gonna give this whole thing a proper sanding with 80 grit. There. I'm not 100%, but I think this panel already had finish on it. So I had to make sure I strip all the finish off this panel. Does it feel decent? I don't know. So that when I apply finish to the whole thing, that it looks the same. So yeah. I thought that's good enough. Go for the 120 now. Right. Now we need to clean up this part here. This I don't think I need to even touch. Because, no, none of this is visible. So it's just cleaning up this right here. Ah. Oh, man. I should have just applied, like I should have just glued these together, made one clean cut, and then put a new edge on. I don't know why I did it like this. Where I applied an edge to this and this separately. Like this was my edge test piece back when I did my very first edge. So this already had an edge, but I should have just cut it off. Okay. Yeah, need to sand the whole edge, don't I? Hey. Like this will barely be visible, but hey, it's visible, so you gotta do it. I might give this back thing a little sanding as well, just so it's smooth. I feel like it looks pretty good. Ah, you can't actually see, sorry. Okay. Let's do the back and then actually let me wipe it first. Okay. There we go. Okay, my little receiver ran out of battery, so I'm quickly gonna go grab a new battery and I'll be right back. It's for the microphone, by the way. And I may as well get myself a new drink. Hello. Oh yeah, that's dying. That's cool. I got some more turned off. Oh, we need it. Still see the channel here. Okay, let's see. With my mic receiver. Hello? Yeah, perfect. Okay. Where do I put those? I'll just put it on the table, so. Okay, you see how big this piece is? We only need like this much of it. So I'm just gonna move the sticker. Ah, crap, I just remembered something. I think this piece actually needs an edge here and here. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Oh, okay. We'll apply these two edges and then finish this piece. It doesn't need much edge, as I was saying. Yeah, we just need like this, like just like a little piece like this. So we'll do that. But that's gonna mean that the whole shop's gonna be stunk up again. There. Okay, for who has seen yesterday's stream, you know what this is. If you haven't, this is contact adhesive, and it's what I'm using to apply these edges because it is extremely quick. So first I'm going to apply a little bit of tape to these edges. Just so I don't have to sand them as much if they get some glue on them. There we go. I'll also put a little bit of tape on here. And the same thing over here. It's just so we have to do less sanding. Okay. Next, I need to make sure that where I'm actually applying the edge is sanded. That's good enough. And the same thing on the other side. Okay. Now, I just need some random scrap piece. That's fine. And this glue. Oh, it's like this. Basically, this glue is like a rubber, and it's in solvent. So when it dries, you get like this, yeah, this rubber basically holding everything together. So the stuff is really good, like it's really strong, and its big advantage is how quick it is. If I was using wood glue, I'd have to get clamps and blah and blah. But because I mean, I could probably, I don't know, I could have probably CA glued it, but it doesn't matter. The only problem is I have to burn through a brush now. Also, I need something so I don't get glue on my thingy. Okay, so first, I'm gonna take some glue. I'm gonna put it straight on the edge. There we go. And then we do that again, because you want two nice layers, nice and thick on here. There we go. And then we do the same thing on this edge. We do a thin layer first. And I'm going to do that on each side. Okay. This is better if you have like more to do, because I already have these two tiny little edges to do. So like I'm wasting a brush just for that. Plus, basically what you do, you apply it both sides and then you wait for it to get dry to the touch. And both need to be dry to touch. So here, now that's the brush. That's the brush done. Let me just put this here. I guess I can close this back up. And now I have to wait like 5 minutes maybe. So I guess normally how I would do this is I have a bunch that I'm doing. So while I'm applying glue to like those pieces, the other piece is dry. But obviously in this case, I only have these two tiny things that I'm doing. So there's not much time in between. So now we can just hang out, I guess. I also got a new glass of Diet Coke because I'm thirsty. So refreshing, so nice. Where's my phone? Here. Maybe I can pull the chat up on my phone, because it's hard for me to see over there. Okay. Okay. How dry is it yet? It's almost dry to the touch. Yeah. In this heat, this dries quick. Almost. Give it like 2 more minutes. Why's the door open? I think I left the door open. Oh yeah. I have my phone here. Okay. That should have been long enough. Now we take an edge. Yeah, good enough. We take this edge and we just put it on here. Just like this. Yeah, and that holds basically. Now all we do is we take like a piece of wood or something like this and we just press it on. Just like so. And that is basically it. Like, I like to give it like a minute or so after before I start machining it, but this is basically it. Like, it is ready to keep going. Like, I can now sand it and everything. It obviously doesn't have its full strength yet, but yeah, according to the manufacturer, it's ready to machine. Yeah, you want to apply solid pressure. The better you can apply pressure, the better it will stick. Let me just remove this. And we'll do the same thing here. There we go. Let me give this another little pressing. There we go. Now we can continue working on this piece. Okay. Gotta cut this flush. And I think I'm just gonna try. No, that is not a good idea. Okay. I'm gonna let this dry actually a bit more. Just give this a little bit more time to cure properly. Okay, while that dries, we'll sand another piece. Okay, this piece goes over the coffee nook. That's why it's called over coffee. Okay. Just gonna put that in the back. Okay. I'm gonna put there. Plant this edge. I could sand this with a machine. I have a like belt sander, like a oscillating belt sander back there, like a small one. But I feel like I never do it that good. It'd probably be quicker, but yeah. Would it be quicker? I don't know. Okay. These pieces are gonna go quick to sand through. 120. I feel like that's just gonna blow away if I keep it here. Okay. Here. There we go. There we go. Next piece. That's actually the piece that's gonna go above the fridge and freezer. So this is the top panel of this. Here. This top panel. That's what this is. just gonna put this on the back. Okay. I could have taped this shit, eh? Oh my god. I really want to build this arm that like hangs down. Oh. Okay. Now I gotta sand this edge again. Okay. Go. Quickly need to, let me try something. Set this on blow. Oh god, I'm feeling just everywhere now. What's going on? Did it just break? Okay. I just wanted to remove some dust from here. Oh yeah, that works great. That's removing dust out of debris. Not the best for my lungs though. And there's still dust in here. Okay. I have the air filter on now. That's the beeping. Jesus, it's bad in here now. Oh, geez. I think I need to open the door. Get some fresh air in here. I think the camera is about to run out of battery, so there might be a black image soon, but don't worry, as soon as that happens I might put a new battery in. I was hoping the camera would charge while being plugged in, but clearly no. Oh, having opened the garage door helps so much. It was getting really hot in here. This fresh air is amazing. Because it rained last night and... Ooh, or this morning? I don't know. One or the other. It's so much better now, the temperature. Okay. I do prefer having the garage door closed though when I do work, because I don't want to annoy the neighbors with my noises. Annoy the neighbors with my noises, eh? Yeah. I don't actually know which is the top and which is the bottom of this, but I'll find out when I put it where it goes. I'm sure it won't be that hard. It's just the one piece, and I know where it goes. There's like a little blind that goes under like a door. It's like a little opening with wires, and this just goes on there. Oh yeah. Honestly, I'm doing this piece on the sander. Because I want to. Let me show you another corner of the shop. Yeah. I only just recently moved the stuff over here. Which grid is this? 120. We want a 150, 180-ish. This is 180. Good enough. And wait, let me zoom in a bit more. There. Over here, I don't know how well you can actually see this, but I'm gonna use this to clean up this now. Yeah, that's my belt sander. Where did I put my sandpaper? Must have blown down. Think about it. Yeah, it's on the floor. You know, the camera's complaining it's out of battery, but here it is still streaming, so I don't know. I guess maybe the camera's a bit of a drama queen. There we go. Most of this won't actually be very visible. It depends. I don't actually know which which side's up. It depends which side's up. If this side's up, then this and this won't be seen. But obviously the other way around. So obviously all 4 sides have to be good, because I do not remember what's where. I think the camera. The microphone's still working. Huh. So the microphone is working somehow, but the camera has died. Let me go grab a battery real quick. Interesting. Or maybe it's the laptop mic that's working? Yeah, it's the laptop mic, okay. Hey, are we back? No, that's not. So the video is not back. I think the audio is back. Okay, we are back. There we go. Okay. So now we can do this piece where we put new edges on earlier. It's pretty much dry now. Here. Very good again. Nothing else. The more you use these sandpapers, at some point you really cannot tell anymore what grit it is, and it's so annoying. Right. Looks interesting because this part's sanded, but this part isn't. So the difference in color is crazy. Like, it's so noticeable. Okay. That's the last piece. Oh, no, it's open again. Did I open? I must have. I must just not be closing this door. I think when I got the battery. Okay. We're almost done for today. Yep. Now that we've sanded all these pieces, we can finally get to oiling all them. They're all not cut to size, but I'll oil them and then cut them to size. It doesn't matter right now. Okay. Let's see. Who's still here? Okay. Still have a couple of people here. So you get to see how I oil. First, I need to de-dust this. I'm on the floor. Okay. Whew. Now we got our space prepared. We can take our mats back, and I'm gonna use the back of them, the rubber side. Go. Okay, let's get the first panel on here. And I always do the good side last. So, the bad side. So like the inside goes on here first. So, what we need, first of all, you don't need to look this far down. There. What we need is first our oil, second our oil spreader, so these two. We got BD's hard wax oil in white, and we got this little spreader thing. Also, what I use is this car buffer. And what you do with this is you buy these little microfiber bonnets and you pull them over here. Like so. There we go. You just pull this taut. There we go. And I'll show you in a minute how exactly we use this. Okay. First, I need to grab some gloves because I don't like having this oil on my hands. These specifically are nitrile gloves, because if you use normal, like I think silicone gloves, they actually get dissolved by the oil. So, you know, you need like non-silicone gloves for oil like this. Okay. Before we get started, we always want to give our oil a good shake. The reason why I'm using white is if you use white as a base layer for oak, it keeps it basically as if you didn't apply a finish. So it looks still really like white oaky. Whereas when you just apply finish normally, it makes it like kind of yellow. So that's why we're doing a base layer of white, and then the second layer is going to be in clear. Although there's a bit of a problem with the clear in that if you don't use it all in the first couple days, it starts yellowing. So, but it's still very different from if you just applied the yellow oil straight away. So, the way I like to do this, I just take some oil and I just plop some on. Just right there. I put this aside. And then with the scraper, you just pull the oil all over the panel. This is way more efficient than using any other method, honestly. You use way less oil. You really work it into the wood when you do this as well. And we don't need to be 100% precise with this. Like, we can really go over spots and stuff like that. So I like to go like close to the edge. Go. And I will be using a tissue in a second to wipe over the whole thing, to rub off any crazy excess. And then what's left on my tissue after that, I use to do the edge. In theory, with tissues that you have oil on, you need to be careful because they can self-ignite, but it depends on the oil you use. Some don't, but I'd always go safe. Like I tend to just like wait for them to dry before I throw them away, because as they dry they can develop heat, and then that heat can theoretically cause a fire. And if your specific oil says that it does do that, then insurance also doesn't cover it. So you just gotta be careful with that. Okay. Go. I'm gonna go over it with the tissue. Just pull off a bit of a base layer. Here I definitely did not sand good enough. You can't see that right now, but there's a bit of staining, I suppose. And I think that's from the glue. Okay, we'll do the edges in a sec. We'll do it from the front. Just gotta rub away any excess from here. Now let me show you what the thing is for. Let me first pull this a bit closer so you have a closer look. There we go. Come on, focus, please. Okay, I'm not 100% sure how well you can see this. Yeah, you can't actually see this, can you? Okay, no point in showing it close up then. Basically, there's a bunch of white streaks in here from the white oil. And that's because oak has a bunch of grooves. And there you go. Oak has a bunch of little grooves where the oil deposits in. So by using this to polish it in, it pulls all the excess out. And I don't know if you can see a difference on camera, but in person it makes a huge difference. Just really pulls all the excess oil out of the grooves and gives you a perfectly smooth finish. There we go. In a perfect world, I would not touch this anymore and let it dry as is, but I don't have the space to do that. So I'm going to turn it around and do the front. And here I want to be a little bit more generous with the oil than I was before, because there almost wasn't enough. There we go. I just want to have a little bit of excess so I can put that on the edges. And I guess I don't need the excess. I can also just get more, but I don't know. That's how I like to do it. And then tomorrow, I'll show you how we apply the second coat, because that also has a couple caveats. I'm not sure if it's like that with fitties in general, or if it's just if you apply a layer of white and then clear, but very quickly it gets streaky and it looks really bad. So there's a specific method you need to do to make sure the oil gets absorbed evenly and stuff like that. Okay, now I have quite a bit of excess, so I take my thing and I just Let that get soaked up into the tissue. Just really drench that tissue, and then as that tissue is drenched, I can rub it over all of the edges. Okay. Ooh, lots of oil on my hand now. And that's why I like to use the thing. And then I like to go all the way to the edge with the same amount of pressure all the way, just so it just evenly absorbs into the wood this way. And there's no part that didn't get like a bit of a squeegee in. Okay, center section done. Should be good enough and ready for polishing. Okay, and then lastly, I'm going to take a fresh tissue because there's a little excess on some of these edges. And I'm just going to pull that off. And then, because now we went over diagonally, over these, basically it makes streaks this way. Wait, you can't actually see that. It makes streaks this way, so I actually have to rebuff now. But that's fine. That was not the best move. Okay, now quick look over. Perfect finish. Okay, now again, I wish I could just leave this here, but I can't. Maybe before I do the second big panel, nah, it's fine. I'll finish with the small panels. That's fine. Okay. Second panel. Door, or whatever you want to call it. I guess it's a door. Is a door a panel? I don't know. Okay, this time I can use a little less again. That should be plenty. Definitely used too much last time. Or maybe this side is more absorbent. Because sometimes wood, like depending on the wood, it's just more absorbent of the oil. depending the way it's cut and stuff like that. Yeah, feels like maybe this side is just more absorbent. I sanded them the same way, so can't be the sanding that's the issue. Must be the wood. Yeah, it's crazy. Must be so much more absorbent. Let me grab that soaked tissue. Which side is the oil soaked one? I think this side. Yeah. Just apply a little extra everywhere. And along the edges as well. Okay. Ooh. And now we can polish again. Okay, should be good enough. Just the backside after all, so I'm not actually that concerned. Go. Yeah, I think the other side is just way more absorbent. The dusting? Maybe, I don't know. Let me quickly run my hands over here a bit, see if a little, but nothing crazy. Okay. So let's do like a small amount. Oh crap. Okay. Let's see. Is a small amount enough for this side? Maybe this is just way less absorbent. Okay, it's not enough. Okay. That was a very small amount to be fair. Okay, that should be enough. Of course, now it's going to be way too much again, isn't it? No? Actually, maybe it's fine. Okay. And now just take the excess off again. And then take the clean one, do the edges, take all the excess oil off the edge. Okay, and then polish. Okay, that's that panel done. This layer doesn't have to be as perfect though, because we're gonna sand before we put the next layer on. Which is kind of ironic because this is the layer that always turns out better, in my opinion. It's just easier to do. As soon as you do the second layer, it just, yeah, that's when the streaks come and stuff like that, and it just, yeah, just doesn't come out as good. Okay. Now all that's left are the small pieces. And for those, honestly, I can just write blind on the back. That's kind of, I don't need the tape on here. Yeah, no tape needed. Okay, and for these, because it is too small, I'm just gonna use the excess and just rub it straight on. And you want to do both sides just so both sides have oil on, otherwise they absorb water unevenly. And if they do that, they start warping. We don't want that. Okay, still gonna give this a quick polishing. There we go. Okay. Where do I put this? I didn't actually prepare a space to put these. Maybe I could plop them over here. I'll just plop them to the side. There. No tape needed. Where am I? Here. Here's my soaked tissue. More fresh oil on there, and then just like the method with the squeegee is great for big pieces, but for small pieces like this, you really can't use it. Okay, this is the top of the fridge freezer. Top. Fridge. Good enough. Actually, I'm doing the back first. Ooh, a bunch of oil. And the front. Good, the tissue is falling apart. Honestly, for this piece, I could have probably squeegeed, but not that important. As long as I still apply pressure, it should have a similar effect to the squeegee. Actually, before I do that, I need to wipe off the excess here. There we go. Okay. Now comes the part that I'm actually very interested in, how it turns out, because half of it might already have oil. So that's going to make a huge difference to how it turns out. Just right on the back. Oven, good enough. That'll tell me enough. Okay. Here I'm definitely squeegeeing because it's so big. Probably unnecessary, but let's give it a round of this. I feel like this thing is falling apart. I bought this very cheap. And I hear clacking in here. And sometimes I see plastic bits falling off. Oh yeah, probably breaking. Oh, I will not decide by now if I want to redo this or not. Oh god. I'm gonna install it and then see if this is good enough. It might be, might not be. I'll see. A little bit of oil. Now it gets interesting. It looks the same. I probably got rid of all of it. And that was way too little oil. That was way too much. Oh well. Can never do it right, can I? Okay. When I have a bunch of excess, sometimes what I'll do is... do I have a good scrap piece that I right now? Yeah, this one's fine. This one's already done it before with clear. I take a scrap piece, take my squeegee, gather all the excess, and then shoot it onto this piece here. Yeah. Now I have some excess on here that I can use for the next one. Let me quickly rub the edge. I think this is the wrong tissue. Actually, yeah, that's better. Bam. And polish. Okay. Only one left. It's called D4 or 4D. 4D. Okay. I should have probably cut this piece smaller, because now I'm just wasting a bunch of oil. Because I only need this much of it. So, yeah. I have all this excess here. Remembered. So yeah, look, I just scrape it back on. Yeah. There we go, and then where is my soaked tissue? There. My oil soaked tissue. Going to take care of the three edges. And then we can do this side, and that's the last bit. Okay. And lastly, I'm just gonna take this tissue here, soak it full of oil again. And take this one, clean the edges. And then give it a good polishing. Actually, let me just get a little bit rid of more excess. Okay. Okay, that is everything. Now we can close up our oil. Where? There. Close up our oil, wipe off the excess of the can. Just general tidying, you know. Put that back. Okay, and then make a little pile with all the scrap tissues, just so I can put them in a separate place. So if they catch fire in my fire pit, which is not that problematic. Take this bonnet off as well. Okay. There you go. And all of this is gonna go. And then this I'll just chuck. This can't catch fire. Okay. After this, my hands always get quite sweaty. But yeah. Let me just pull this up a bit. There you go. Yeah, that's the end of the stream for today. That's all I have to do for today, and I hope you enjoyed it. And I'll hopefully see you next time.